Good afternoon, Brown County. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening up here in the great state of Ohio. Really competitive group of senior showmen, and three of them up top that I think all do things differently. Honestly, if we could blend a couple of things, even from 2 and 3, to give to our class winner, I think that we'd have a really, really competitive one that could withstand a lot of competition anywhere you go. Young lady up front's just the most calm, cool, and collected in the way that she leads that goat around the ring. Probably my favorite, just in the way that she uses the driver's or the steering wheel of that goat, and have the control of his head. There's a couple of times where we get that goat maybe a little too stretched out in his front end as we're pursuing to brace him as much as we can. Young lady, I do think that of all your contemporaries, you do the best job of getting that goat to brace. Just got to watch. That goat's a little deeper set in his shoulder. We got to make sure that we keep him back up underneath of himself and his front end a little bit better. Eye contact's good. I'm always drawn to the goat. You draw my attention there first, an underrated part of showmanship. You do an exceptional job. Congratulations to you. Young lady that comes out in second, another one that I think at times can maybe even give you a little bit more consistent look from the profile than our class winner. There's just a couple of things, I think minor tweaks going forward. That goat just doesn't brace up as hard when you're at the helm comparatively to our class winner, and probably has just a little bit to do with hand placement. You've got both those hands wrapped around the backside of that goat, and I think when you're standing from the profile, we need to probably get that your hand just a little bit more underneath their chin. More so like that as opposed to maybe trying to bear hug it. But really, really good job. One that I think with time, you're maybe a little bit too timid right out of the gate. I mean, maybe just a nickel more intensity because you kind of got lost there. And then as the drive wore on, you were probably just one of the most stable, consistent showmen up there. That's why you're standing in second. Young man that comes out in third. Again, probably a little bit different showmanship style than the other two. The other two up front are showing more weather showman-like. The young man that comes out in third's obviously probably more of a breeding goat background. I think getting that goat's head to face forward and, again, being as intense as possible. Eye contact is the best of anybody in the entire drive. Young man, don't be afraid to fix a foot, though, and not be looking at me. I would rather you be focused on your animal and getting that set right and making sure that you're 100% attentive to where you're needing to be. And like I said, in regards to foot placement, instead of staring me down while you're doing it. Trust me, I'm not going to discount you or put you down further because you weren't looking at me as you were fixing it. In fact, I'm a judge that prefers to have the animal fixed before you look at me. So just keep on working at those things going forward. You're not in third because you're, more breeding goat showmanship-like. Just a couple of subtle things there, maybe a little bit more awkward in our transitions in comparison to the two young ladies ahead of you. But top three that does an exceptional job. A young lady that I think comes out in fourth that I thought at the top, right out of the gate, could probably be up there in the mix of things. As we go on, that goat doesn't want to cooperate a little bit, and young lady, we've got to pick and choose. We've got a halter on that goat, but we've got to figure out if we want to use our hands or if we want to use that halter. And then another thing, as we're walking, we probably just read a little bit more timid, a little bit more nonchalant. I need to see just a little bit more intensity moving forward. Other than that, I think you do an exceptional job. Goats presented to the nines. Excellent job as far as that goes. Young lady that comes out in fifth does an excellent job of getting that goat to handle. Really, really good as far as that goes. A very similar story to a couple of others that we've previously discussed. We're more dragging that goat. He's really wanting to fight the halter a little too much. And then when you get him over here on the side, we brace him just so hard that it makes him maybe come apart in a couple of ways. We got to work on those things going forward. The young lady here's got a world of potential, and I think we've got the basics in showmanship down. We've just got to make sure that with time, that maybe we just get a little bit more confident and comfortable in our body posture. We've got to make sure that that goat brace is just a little bit harder and keeping those all 4 feet square. Young man here that comes out next, again, eye contact is good. The way he handles the goat is good. As far as his use, I say that, it made me look bad. Eye contact is good. Handling the goat was good. Probably need to just see that goat again, cooperate a little bit more. I need to see you more comfortable. You're a bigger gentleman, taller gentleman. This is a smaller species to show. We've got to find a way to make your bracing style just look a little bit more comfortable. Young lady down here, your goat touches the best as far as skin, hair, and hide. I think you do a great job. Eye contact's good. I'm going to be frank with you. That goat wanted to snowplow all the way around the ring, and it's for those reasons I can't get you up any higher. But that's an exceptional piece of livestock. I can tell you put the work in at home as far as daily care. We've got to see him walk out here. It's not fair to your contemporaries. Young man down here in the white shirt, eye contact, again, very attentive and good in regards to feet placement and attention to detail. that goat wants to work up in his loin. We got to see him just a little bit more comfortable in his stance. And then again, as we get out and travel, the young man himself probably just need to see you just a little bit more relaxed. There's a couple that I think if we could blend your intensity with their nonchalantness, that we could be in pretty good shape. Young lady down here, eye contact's good. Again, another one, we just got to be more comfortable in how we brace that goat. Young lady down here on the end's got the basics down pat, does an exceptional job of presenting that doe down here. Young lady, again, body language is a big deal. Really just work on that going forward as far as confidence goes. And then again, just a small nitpicky thing, I'd maybe spit my gum out when I came into the show ring. Other than that, all of them doing an exceptional job. Great way to get us kicked off here this evening in Brown County. Give them a big round of applause.
For your senior showmanship, first place, Katie Short. Second place, Reese Crampton. Third place, Austin Blust. For your junior division, ages 12 to 14, we have Zane Thomas, Sammy King, Ella Sipe, Bradley Huber, Michaela Hausch, Addie Neal, Ashley Rogers, and Carter Gaucher. I have an important announcement also. With us today, we have our fair photographer, Mrs. Haley Ann Photography. All the photos taken this week will be available for free digital download at haleyannphotography.shootproof.com. I'd also like to thank First State Bank, Hauser's One Stop Shop, John Wood Insurance Agency, and Schaefer Heating and Cooling for sponsoring the photos and making this possible for exhibitors at the fair this year. Let's give them all a round of applause. Can I please have the first year showmanship to the back of the Wallace Arena? Oakley Neal, Andrew Edmonstein, Oakley McJoint Griffith, Clayton Collins, Colton Hudson, Piper Anderson, Bristol Bailey, Aubrey Price, Allison Collins, and Carson Price. Again, that is the first year showmanship to the back of the Wallace Arena. Thank you.
probably consistent from top to bottom in regards to showmanship strength here in this particular heat, intermediate division. The young man up front is just the most consistent. And, you know, I think there's a couple of things probably working to the GOAT's detriment that sometimes maybe just, cause him to get a little easier, have extra slack there in his spine. But that young man's the best, just keeping that GOAT's head up. And until right now, I want to get him just a little bit stretched out. But he's awesome, just in terms of the way the eye contact and being collected, really blending in with his project. And again, an intimidating young man that can probably, to some judges, make a GOAT that's pretty small look even smaller. And still, I'm yet to be drawn to that one first instead of him. I think you do a really good job in your control and use of that GOAT's head. And again, making the most out of it and making those adjustments when need be in regards to his balance from the side. You do an exceptional job. Young lady that comes out in second, I think if we could just get a little bit more consistent in how we get that GOAT's leg set up, I think that you could be right up there with the young man that wins the class. There's just a couple too many times that we're inconsistent in the way we've got back feet a little too far stretched out, or front feet that need to be tucked up underneath them and square just a little bit better. I think if you're used to and control of that GOAT's head and skull, you do a good job. We just got to see him maybe again give me a little bit more consistent look of balance so that I can get the best read on that particular animal going forward. Young man that comes out in third is another one that I think kind of reads like a silent hustler as he gets out here, with time. Another one that I think probably just needs to make some adjustments as far as getting that GOAT's front feet to just sit a little bit square up underneath of him. Again, I think as far as use of and control of that GOAT, we do a good job. We've got to find a more comfortable way to stand. Young man, you're a little bit taller. You probably make one heck of a football player. We've got to, again, just probably find a way to make ourselves look as comfortable as possible, whether it's getting down lower or standing up straighter. We've got to find a way to do that going forward. Your GOAT gets a little shorter hip. You got to keep him level as he's standing there from the profile. The young lady that comes out in third, again, I think if you gave me that look the whole entire time, young lady, you could have easily probably been second in this class. There for the longest time, over here along the rail, I waited for you to fix that GOAT's legs and give me that kind of look, and we were probably just settled a little bit too much in terms of where his feet were. Gave me a little bit rounder look of that particular GOAT. And as much as showmanship is not about the animal, it's about how you make the animal look, and you're doing a much better job now than you did then. That's why you're standing where you are. Young lady over here in kind of the teal shirt, a GOAT that again doesn't want to cooperate today, and you've got to deal with those things. Feet placement, basics, and profile. Standing still, we do great. As we get that GOAT out in motion, doesn't want to necessarily cooperate with you. We've got to get front feet underneath it just a little bit here as we're standing, and again, a little bit more comfortable use of your hands there. But the big thing is, I've got to see your GOAT in motion. That's why you end up in fifth. Young man down here, young man again, I think has excellent control. GOAT handles and braces good. We get him just a little bit too stretched out. And young man, when you get out and walk, you're just a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit more cumbersome and awkward in the way you walk around the ring. We've got to find a way that, again, stand up straight as you're walking. It's almost like you were showing pigs, and we were showing goats. You got to stand up a little bit straighter, get that GOAT to walk just a little bit more naturally and help yourself look more natural. Young man down here, again, another gentleman that does a good job of getting that one to brace. Quick job, in lessons at home, we've probably got to work on those things as far as presentation, because that is part of showmanship. I understand my brother's probably the superior there when it comes to clipping cattle or sheep or goats or whatever it may be. That's just something that takes time and skill. I think as far as presenting the goat and making it balanced from the side, even though we probably do it with a little bit more awkward stance, you do an exceptional job. Work on those things going forward, and again, just relaxing your body posture to help yourself look more normal and natural here from the profile. Young lady, if we could just get that goat to stand still on you. He's playing hot potato the whole entire time, and we've got to get him to relax. Ethan, as I came around there to brace, that's something that we've got to work on going forward. And again, like I told the young lady in the senior heat, you've got to pick and choose. Either use its head or use that halter when you're standing still. But we've got to find a showmanship style that fits you. Kind of on the contrary, that's a bigger goat. You're a smaller young lady. You've got to make the most of it and making sure that you present him to the best of your ability. An exceptional heat of intermediate showmen. Good ones from top to bottom. Always a pleasure to sort them. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In our junior showmanship division, we have first place Bradley Huber, second place Ashley Rogers, and third place Sammy King. Now we're going to have our beginners age 9 to 11 enter the ring. Colt Gray, Raylan Saylor, McKinley Hausch, Otis McJoint Griffith, Jet Jones, Joshua Carver, Mackenzie Edmonstein, and Lindsey Rogers.
Southern State Community College celebrates 50 years of educating our community. From humble beginnings, Southern State has evolved to become a cornerstone of accessible education, offering flexible learning that includes a growing number of online classes and fully online programs. Southern State Community College empowers you to succeed quickly with a very affordable tuition rate when compared to many four-year institutions. Call 800-628-7722 or apply online at sscc.edu.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well, and have since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in you hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
another good heat of them. And the young lady up front, right out of the gate, probably is just an undeniable winner in my mind. At this stage of the game, she's the most advanced, just again in her control of the goat and getting the most out of that one from the profile. As far as bracing goes, she's unrivaled as far as getting that one to handle as hard and square as she needs to. If there's any, at times, I know the goat's now getting towards the end here and he didn't want to cooperate as much. There's probably a couple of times, young lady, where I caught you were getting nervous or you were looking to make sure where I was. I'm not going to discount you. They're animals. If you've got to fix something, fix it. Don't let it stand in there and risk the chance of me seeing you not having something as far as that goes. Then every once in a while, we can maybe get them just a little bit too stretched out. But I think you're doing an exceptional job. Keep up the good work. Young lady, I think we got 2 and 3 switched here. The young lady in second, back here in the back of the line, she's just the next most consistent in terms of foot placement. Eye contact is good. I think we've got the fundamental basics down here in the junior showmanship division. Young lady, we've got to find a way to just stand up a little straighter and look a bit more comfortable ourselves. I think the way you present the goat is spot on, the way that she needs to look. She doesn't move either. When you get her set up, she's locked in and she's ready to go. Now we've got to find a way to make you look more comfortable and help you just look as natural as you can and blend in with that project. Keep up the good work. You're doing an exceptional job. Young lady that comes out closer. That goat up front, get it to brace. That goat again, front feet get a little staggered, back legs is eye contact's good. A little bit more mature stance there compared to the we just got to modify a couple of those things going forward. Young lady that comes out in fourth, again, I think another one that does a good job as far as feet placement and fundamentals goes, but understanding that, just because all 4 feet are square doesn't necessarily mean that my animal looks as good as it needs to. That goat gets a little easy in his spine, so maybe getting his front legs up underneath it may be something that we need to do. Then when you were kind of catty-cornered over here along the rail, you got covered up a little bit. You got to make sure that you're keeping yourself flush and square with the rest of your goats in line. Keep up those things going forward. Young lady that comes out in fifth wants it as bad as anybody out here, and I can completely tell. That goat's just not wanting to cooperate for you today. Young lady, do a good job there of maintaining your frustrations and not letting that show through. We just got to get your goat to cooperate just a little bit better moving forward. Hide, hair, skin, and presentation looks immaculate. Keep up the good work. You're doing great things at home. We just got to get it to translate here in the show ring. Again, I've got nothing against the 3 gentlemen that are coming out next. I know that some people will say that girls are better showmen than boys or whatever. I don't believe in that. Good ones are good ones. Boys, we just got to be just a little bit more consistent again, a little bit more intense here when they compare to the young ladies. Young man over here in kind of the Aztec shirt, we get that goat lurching just a little bit too far forward, maybe rattle his neck a little bit and push it back into it a little bit to level out his spine and strengthen him there in his top. Young man that comes out in the blue shirt, I'll tell you, first impressions are everything. When he walked in, he didn't know where the judge was, and then he finally found me. We look just a little bit sleepy in here. We got to wake up when we come into showmanship and be ready to rock and roll. Young man down here on the end, attention to detail, basics are good. We've got to find a way. I was telling him just a little bit there towards the end of maybe modifying how we hold that goat and maybe not look so nervous as we're coming in here to the show ring. We've got to hide those things as we get out here. No better place to teach it here than in the show ring. We've got to modify how we handle that goat standing still from the side. Again, using our hands and not wrapping it around and giving him a bear hug, but more so using the side of its face to control him when we've got him stopped and propped from the profile. Really good group of juniors, awesome group of young people. Congratulations to all of those kids from top to bottom. Give them a big round of applause.
Our placings for our beginner showmanship division: first place, Raylan Saylor; second place, McKinley Hausch; and third place, Lindsay Rogers. Now we're going to have our first year showmanship class coming to the ring. We have Oakley Neal, Andrew Edmonstein, Oakley McJoint Griffith, Clayton Collins, Colton Hudson, Piper Anderson, Bristol Bailey, Aubrey Price, Alice Collins, and Carson Price. If any adults would be interested in doing adult showmanship, please make your way to the back of the Wallace Arena. Thank you.
Your plan is ready. It's time to build. At CMT Components, we design and manufacture quality building materials for your custom job. If you need metal panels and trim, trusses, or even a complete pole barn package, we do it all, including delivering right to your job site. To get started, call us at 937-446-3400. You can also check us out online or stop by our office in Sardinia, Ohio to discuss your plans today. Let's get building.
Insurance protection for you and your family. John Wood Insurance has helped thousands of families with their insurance needs since 1891. For service you can trust, contact John Wood Insurance in Georgetown at 937-378-4124, in Owensville at 513-732-2600, in West Union at 937-544-5505, or in Peebles at 937-587-2246. That's John Wood Insurance.
Again, everybody, we are going to be having adult showmanship after this last class, so if you would be interested, please make your way to the back of the Wallace Arena. Thank you.
First year could have fooled me. Young lady's good, really, really good. Mature, again, and far as control of the goat, making the most out of him. That goat is not dead level, and he shows it in motion. She makes that one look really, really nice from the side. Love how she gets that one to handle control, intensity, eye contact, and just looking like she showed up to win. Young lady, you do an awesome job. Keep up the good work. Young lady that comes out in second, I do think with a couple of minor tweaks, could be right on our champion's heels in the long run. One that I think's very good as far as feet placement goes, getting that one locked and just stopped there from the profile. There's a couple of times where maybe we just don't look as comfortable. We need to either stand up, like I told a gentleman earlier, or we need to get a little bit lower, figure out which one suits you better and roll with it, because other than that, I think you do an awesome job. Again, one that's very good in attention to details, and when that goat's sitting there from the side, I think you're as stable and consistent as any. Keep up the good work. Young man that comes out in third is probably my favorite, just in the way he utilizes, again, his hands to get that goat to brace, standing up straight, and posture looks good. Again, a tall gentleman, but I'm still drawn to look at the goat first. Man, we just got to work on feet placement, keeping those front feet square, keeping their back feet square. If you got to get a mirror at home or figure out how they need to look there standing from the profile, work on that, because I think you got a really good future ahead of you. Obviously a little bit older compared to some of our contemporaries, but I think you do an exceptional job. Don't give up. Keep up the good work. Do a really, really good job. A nice Showman there standing in third. Young man that comes out in fourth. Again, presentation is very, very good. I think, again, getting that goat to stay stable and standing from the sides, nice. We got his feet down pat and knowing where to stand. Sometimes, though, he wants to shift on you on his back feet. And every once in a while, I'd like to see you maybe pick up his front end to help him run uphill just a little bit better. Like your eye contact, look a little bit more confident out here. You do a really good job. You got to own it. Young man that led the pack there at the front of the line coming out does a good job of getting that one to brace. Need to be just a little bit more comfortable in the way we use our hands. We get him just a little bit stretched every once in a while. I need to see a more consistent look of balance here from the profile. Young man, I switched to the next two. Young man here, we finally stood up straighter instead of hunched over, and you look 10 times better. You know, my brother's about 6'2", and it's hard for him to show goats at times. You're a tall, lanky individual. Use that to your advantage. If you got to stand up, I'm not going to discount it against you. Doing this looks a whole lot more comfortable than where we were. Foot placements and basics are good. Eye contact's good. Just work on getting to where we are now a little bit quicker going down the road. You'll be right up there in the thick of things. Young man that comes out next with the branded button-up shirt, one, the skin and hair is good, use of the chain is good. I think, again, we've got to work on fundamental basics as far as leg placement goes. Young lady here in the maroon shirt, one that does a good job of getting that one to brace. Young lady, we got to get your dough. As it was walking over here, I said we just got to get her to cooperate and stand still on you, maybe be just a little bit more intense. Young lady here in the black shirt, eye contact's good. Use of that goat, probably would shift those hands around to each side instead of having one underneath its jaw. When you get out and go, make the goat walk at your pace. Don't make the goat walk you. I think that's the problem. The goat's getting out in front of you, and it probably looks like you're tagging along for the ride instead of actually leading that one. That'll allow you to be a little bit more confident. Keep up the things moving forward. Young man over here, my apologies. Young man over here, one of the things that I said, kind of a cardinal rule of showmanship, when you've got them propped up over there from the side, don't block my view of their show side. If you've got to go to the off side and fix things through that way, work on those things going forward. Eye contact, intensity, presentation of the goat's good. Keep up the good work going forward. An awesome group of beginners, really, really bright future. That's as important of a class as any to have at a county fair, regardless of their age. Congratulations to all those involved. Give them a big round of applause.
For our first year showmanship, we have first place, Bristol Bailey. Second place, Piper Anderson. And third place, Colton Hudson. Now entering the ring for overall showman, we have from our senior division, ages 15 to 18, Katie Short. From our junior division, ages 12 to 14, we have Bradley Huber. For our beginner division, ages 9 to 11, we have Raylan Saylor. And from our first year division, we have, Bristol Bailey. Tonight, I would like to thank all of our trophy sponsors. Do you want me to read them through? And our boar buckles are sponsored by A5 Livestock, Brad and Summer Attinger from Mount Orb, Ohio. And our sponsors for our trophies are Roger and Annetta McKenzie, Double D Goats, Steve and Kathy McConnell, Neil Livestock, Long Bottoms Pygmy Flats, Albert and Teresa Short, A5 Livestock, Steve and Gail Roush in memory of Blake, Craig and Jamie Short in memory of Grammy, Hauser's One Stop Shop, Schuler's Grazing Acres, John Wood Insurance, Singleton Farm, Ney Family Farm, Triple S Farms, Holden Farm Incorporated, Brock Dairy Goats, Zachary Pritchard, Mayhem Few Acres, Double A Show Goats, and John and Leanne Gaucher.
Well, this is awesome. 4 really good showmanship representatives. Whoever your vote may be out here, know that they're more than deserving. No matter who I pick, I'm not going to talk them individually. All that I would ask is that before I go out here and pick a champion, go ahead and raise the roof. Give these kids a huge round of applause.
For overall showman championship, our winner is Bristol Bailey. Our boar buckles are sponsored by A5 Livestock and Brad and Summer Andrew from Mount Orb, Ohio.
Also, whatever happened to Grand Falls TV? Like it went away? Great. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, drive safe and hope you guys have a good time. Oh, that's right. Yeah. No one ever took her shit. So, R.I.P.
I don't think that Now entering the ring is our adult showmanship. Wow. As I'm looking out into the ring, we got some really good competition out there. We have a past fair king, multiple past goat showers, and a lot of supportive parents. Give them all a round of applause.
You know, the superintendent walks up to you and she says, have fun with it. Then the last guy that walks in could probably choke me out with one arm. The guy down here with the really, really cool mustache, he doesn't play games. And then everybody in the middle, we've got, I know that this is a mom of somebody that has trained multiple kids, and she can stare a hole through you. So I don't know what you're talking about with fun, but it's all fun and games until you tick off the wrong adult and they meet you, not for beating one of their kids, but for beating them in senior showmanship. But no, really, this is an awesome deal. I think it's a testament to your county's devotion and you know, the heritage of it. You know, getting parents involved with this, letting them have a little bit of fun, and maybe letting the kids poke fun at them when they get back if they're a little bit rusty, when they are giving them the kind of coaching at home. I think they all do a really, really good job. Some of them, again, we're still showing probably more breeding stock-like. Others are probably showing more weather type like. It doesn't really matter to me as long as you do the best job possible. Again, I think the bigger picture is these people were once involved in the program, they've helped other people be in the program, and now they're showcasing their skills and being passionate about the program all over again. If you haven't clapped yet tonight, this is your time to clap. I understand that one of these representatives is going to go to the county fair. I think there's a senior round robin, per se, that's going on. So I do have to take that into account, but I would feel comfortable sending each and every one of them there. And I'm not just saying it again because the guy in the back could beat me up. But I do think that this is a really cool deal. I'll set the microphone down, go take one last look, go out here and get you a champion, but give them a huge round of applause.
And your adult showmanship winner is Alyssa Caldwell. All right, everybody, now we're going to be taking our 30-minute intermission, and we will be back around 4:30, 4:45, or 4:35. Can I please have the first 3 classes for the Boer Market Show start making their way to the back of the Wallace Arena? The Class 1, we have Carson Price, Aubrey Price, Raylan Saylor, Bradley Huber, Leah Seif, and Aubrey Price. And Class 2, we have Ashley Rogers, Carson Price, Colton Hudson, Jayla Gray, Zane Thomas, and Gracie Ritt. And in Class 3, we have Gracie Ritt, Addie Neal, Sammy Keene, Jayla Gray, Odessa McJoint Griffith, Nora Clifton, and Michaela Hausch. Again, I need the first 3 classes of the Boer Market Show to make their way to the back of the Wallace Arena. I need the first 3 classes of the Boer Market Show to make sure you guys are making your way to the back of the Wallace Arena, please. Again, that is the first 3 classes. Thank you. I need Gracie Ritt to make her way to the back of the Wallace Arena, please. Gracie Ritt to the back of the Wallace Arena. Thank you. While we wait, I have a couple announcements. Again, we have Haley Lee with us tonight doing her photography. They were online for the free digital download at haleyandphotography.shootproof.com. I'd also like to thank First State Bank, Hauser's One Stop Shop, John Wood Insurance Agency, and Schaefer Heating and Cooling for sponsoring the photos and making this possible for the exhibitors at the fair this year. Let's give them all a round of applause. All right, Junior Fair exhibitors, sales slips are due no later than 30 minutes after your guys' shows. And our outstanding GOAT exhibitor will be announced after the Born and Raised Market Show. I believe that's tomorrow at 1. Yeah. All right, we have our 2025 Boer Market Show Class 1 of 60 to 65 pounds. We have Carson Price, Aubrey Price, Roland Saylor, Bradley Huber, Leah Sipe, and Aubrey Price. At this time, we need classes 4, 5, and 6 to the back of the Wallace Arena.
I think a really nice top pair of goats between the young man and the young lady that go ahead and get things kicked off here. Young lady, we need to switch here with 2 and 3. The young man's goat is just a little bit more my speed from the side, and the way that one wants to run uphill. Shorter bladed weather that's better in his flank line. Love his hip and hind leg assembly from the side. You know, he's got enough hair up there on his hock. I think if you tighten that down a little bit, we could probably even straighten his hind leg up just a nickel. Because I think that's probably one thing, and I mentioned it in showmanship, he's so loose structured as he gets out and goes. He can sometimes have just a little bit more slack in his top line. Step to the front 3/4. I'm not going to tell you that that goat's the most opened up of the top 3, or that he doesn't need just a notch more right there at the base of his forerib. But as far as a fresh touch and squaring up better in the shape behind his blade and out over his loin, he's my favorite in that regard as well. A really nice place to start. The young lady's weather that comes out in second is denser in terms of his skull feature and foot and forearm there. I like that goat's upper pin set and the shape to his lower stifle just a nickel better. As he gets out and travels, that's probably where this goat comes apart for me. As the young lady moves her knee and lets that one get out and travel, he wants to drop in his sternum. He's a little bit bigger in his sternum, not quite as tidy there in the way he blends from his shoulder into his forerib, a nickel rounder out of his hip. I've got to see that one just a little bit more composed, both from the side and in motion. The young lady's goat that comes out in third's a really nice one, just in terms of blend and nice top line and balance. Like the way that one transitions again from its shoulder into its forerib. As that one gets off to the side or gets out and travels again, another little bit deeper chested goat that needs to be sharper and cleaner there at the point of its shoulder. A little bit longer pastern weather that wants to funnel to the base of his stifle. I've got to feel that one with just a little bit more muscularity and touch and tone, but a nice place there to round out that top 3. The next 3 goats, a little bit different speed. That's probably where I divide the line in this class. Probably not the bulk, spread, muscle, and power that we had there in our initial trio. The young lady's solid black weather is just the next best in terms of blend and balance. Like that one's silhouette and flank line. Really nice hip and hind leg on that particular weather. Got to crack him open at the base of his forerib. Give him a shot more chest and dimension from behind. The young man's weather that comes out next, a little bit more traditionally colored goat that's extended. He's stouter in terms of his foot and feature, and the stoutest here of the bottom 3. Level out of his hip or stronger there in his loin. A goat that as you get on top of him, just his skull and his chest width, it kind of tells the story from there back. I need more forerib. I need more lower leg and twist. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class probably handles just a nickel square up high. Like that one's extension. Like that one in the way that it's laid neater there into its shoulder, and just comfortability as it gets out and travels. As I've mentioned, and not to sound like a broken record, we've got to bulk that one up. We've got to give it a shot more spread from end to end, but a really nice class of lightweight market goats to get us kicked off here in your market boar show. Congratulations to all those exhibitors from top to bottom.
For Class 1, we have first place, Bradley Huber, second place, Raylan Saylor, and third place, Leah Sipe. Now entering the ring, Class 2, Ashley. I lied. You guys want to hear a joke? Why'd the corn get arrested? For stalking. Now entering the ring, Class 2, Ashley Rogers, Carson Price, Colton Hudson, Jaylee Gray, Zane Thomas, and Gracie Ritt.
A really good goat and a nice second to fall into second. If we can get that one just stopped and put together a little better, and we have one little modification on that particular doe, and I think that we could do a lot of different things here on the top end. I'm not going to tell you that either one of them are bulletproof, but I do think that the young lady's wether that goes ahead and wins, that one's skull and ear and front chest shot, his front three-quarter view. I like that one, stoutness to the base of his chest. Get on top of him and handle him, and I think there's just a little bit more aggressive shape in the way he feeds out the back side of his shoulder over his loin. Now, I'm not going to tell you that he doesn't need to be laid back in his knee a nickel, or that he couldn't be just a little bit more limber out of his hind leg, and I actually think that the doe that comes out in second probably squares up with just a nickel more shape there right in behind its blade. But I do think that one's freshness, that one's blend, and again, just that front three-quarter view initial impression, skull and ears, where I land on this one in this particular class. The young lady's kind of longer cape doe that comes out in second, like that one's hip and hind leg. Here's assembly there from the side. She's laid back better in the angle of her knee. Unfortunately, as that doe gets out and travels, she's a little uncoordinated with just a nickel more extra set in her hind leg. She's a little bit deeper there at the base of her chest. Need to shorten her blade, need to clean her up there at the base of her chest, and just have her a little bit more sporty there through her front end, and I think we can make an argument to switch that pair. Really nice, solid goat to come out here in third. Long-bodied, lean, high-cut ability, shapely goat that I do think has got a world of good as far as terminal merit's concerned. That one just doesn't have the same look of balance, the same presentation as the two ahead of him. Another one that we just need to open up there in terms of its shoulder and knee. Got to see that one just a little bit wider at the ground, maintain more width from there back. Another one that as we come out here in fourth, a young man's weather that's extremely long, tall, elevated, and smooth blending. I think this one is deceivingly stouter bone than you'd probably give it credit for just because it's a little bit slicker haired. That goat again, as you step off here from this angle, just flattens too much in terms of its forerib. I've got to see that one come back to a bigger pin set, but I think there's a world of good there in that one. Give that one a little bit more groceries and a nickel more time. Maybe 3 and 4 get a nickel closer. Young man's again, another traditionally headed one that's shorter bladed, better in its flank line, and probably just a nickel more attractive in the set of its hind leg than the previous one he brought me. I like this one's leanness and high cut ability, just a little too peaked there, right in behind its shoulder blade. One that's a little too sharp there at the point of its shoulder. I've got to see that one bulked up there through the center portion of its rib cage and down into its stifle. Young man that rounds out the class has got, again, the leanest, highest cut ability weather, touches extremely trim there over its forerib. Like that one's length and extension. Again, same song and dance. Got to crack that one open down low. Got to see a nickel more muscularity from end to end. Really good class of them there. Nice complimentary top pair. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
For Class 2, we have first place, Ashley Rogers, second place, Jayla Gray, and third place, Gracie Ritt. Now entering the ring, Class 3, Gracie Ritt, Addie Neal, Sammy King, Jayla Gray, Odessa McJoint Griffith, Nora Clifton, Michaela Hausch.
We're stacking the deals for you.
Whenever you buy any 4 tires, you get automatically a free alignment and free install. If you add nitrogen, inflation, and road hazard insurance, you get a free Bluetooth wireless speaker. If your bill is over $1,200, you can combine the offers. You get this free 6-piece patio set. Every $500 that you spend, you get entered to win Bengals tickets. It doesn't matter how you pay. You can use a payment plan or you can pay outright. You never need an appointment here, and we have everything waiting on you.
Your future can begin today at Southern Hills Career and Technical Center. Serving Brown County and Bright Local School District, Southern Hills Career and Technical Center offers 13 diverse programs that equip students with essential skills for various careers. Whether you are entering the workforce or getting a jump start before furthering your education in college, at Southern Hills Career and Technical Center, you can truly go anywhere from here. To learn more, visit shctc.us or call 937-378-6131.
Again, we'd like to say thank you for our 2025 trophy sponsors, Roger and Annetta McKenzie, Double D Goats, Steve and Kathy McConnell, Neil Livestock, Long Bottoms Pygmy Flats, Albert and Teresa Short, A5 Livestock, Steve and Gail Roush in memory of Blake, Craig and Jamie Short in memory of Grammy, Hauser's One Stop Shop, Schuler's Grazing Acres, John Wood Insurance, Singleton Farm, Nay Family Farm, Triple S Farm, Holden Farm Incorporated, Brock Dairy Goats, Zachary Pritchard, Mayhem Few Acres, Double A Show Goats, and John and Leanne Gaucher. Again, our boar buckles are sponsored by A5 Livestock and Brad and Summer Attinger. The Outstanding Goat Exhibitor Awards are sponsored by Nay Family Farm and John Wood Insurance. Our Outstanding Goat Exhibitor Jackets are sponsored by Stop Shop, Barb and Darren Hauser.
just a really fundamentally right kind of class winner. That one from the side, I'm not going to tell you that that one's the most up and out there in terms of its chest. I'm not going to tell you that it wins because it's the most powerful. I think that one's just the most fault 3 in this instance. I will say that's easily the freshest, heighted, nicest handling weather out here. If we want to get a nit critical, I think I could see that one with just a little bit more shape down there to the base of its lower leg and twist. Could maybe even see that one as he gets out and travels be just a nickel bit shorter bladed, more elevated up front, and probably just spanned with a little bit more width there right out the back side of his blade. When the young lady gets it presented like that, I think it's just the right place to start in this instance. Young lady's doe that comes out in second is probably, in terms of total muscle volume, it's close between 2 and 3 on who necessarily has more muscle. I'm going to say that this one has more fresh shape. This doe handles with just a nickel more fresher out the back side of its blade, like its loin and the dimension that it has, more definition there down to its lower leg and twist. And then if you get those side by side, the doe's bigger footed, the doe is denser there in terms of its forearm and feature. To me, what makes the difference, and maybe it's a product of maybe bracing just a little hard or pulling on that goat's front end. I think, young lady, if we could brace that one back into it just a little bit, it wouldn't push out so much in terms of her chest and sternum. She's a little bit deeper set there in terms of her length of blade. She's a little bit rounder and then steeper there in terms of her hip, gets straighter down to her hock. But a really, really nice one, a very fresh one there to stand in second. The young man's kind of branded eared weather that comes out next. I think that one is wide-chested, stout-skulled, muscular as any. I think that one probably has the biggest loin edge of the top 4, without a shadow of a doubt. He needs to be rearranged from a structure and balance perspective. He's too deep up front. He's too frail at the surface. His hind leg's a little bit rounder and shorter there in terms of his hip. And bottom line, buddy, he's just got to get out here and move, and it looks like he may have left you with just a little bit of a scar there. Appreciate the hustle and you staying calm out through all this. You got a nice weather. We've just got to help him balance better there from the side. Young lady's got a really nice doe that comes out here in fourth. Extremely smooth blending, extremely collected there in terms of its lines and angles from the side. Maybe one of my favorite views is that one gets out and travels. Its structure and foundation is as fault-free and secure as any here in this particular lineup. Young lady, I'll be honest with you, she looks more like a breeding doe and less like a market goat. She's got to be cracked open in terms of her chest and forerib. I've got to see that one again with more power. Shorten her ear just a nickel. It's the nitpicky things that make the difference here in the top 4. Really nice one there to round out your top 4, though. Congratulations to them. Young lady's doe that comes out next, round-bodied and big-pinned, I'll say. But, if you get your hands on that one, I think that one's packing on a little bit of extra condition over its forerib. Gets a little bit plainer in its shape, a little bit more peaked there underneath the cover that one's working. Right there behind its shoulder. I need to see more squareness, need to see more freshness and definition. Get off to the side. We got to modify its flank line. The young lady in the pink shirt here, that one's flank line is an upgrade, and that one's feature, feet and leg structure, probably just hits me a nickel more aesthetically pleasing here from the side. The base of its forerib and that one and the way it tapers from behind is probably what lands it here towards the bottom end. Got to see a bigger upper pin set. Got to see a more ideal progression of width. But young lady do an excellent job of getting that one presented. As good structure to the goat as any that rounds out the class. Both stoutness of structure and flexibility. I like to see this one get out and travel with just so much ease and comfort. Again, as we get down to the basics or the nuts and bolts of things, that one's got to be opened up. Chest just reads a little narrower, a little longer eared, whether it's flatter in its rib cage. Lean and high cut ability, just got to see more power from its blade back. Really nice class of them from top to bottom. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
For Class 3, we have first place, Addie Neal, second place, Sammy King, and third place, is it Odessa? Odessa McJoint Griffith. Now we're entering the ring, Class 4, Joshua Carver. I lied again.
With all the financial headlines, are you wondering if your retirement savings will last? The market's ups and downs can keep you guessing, especially if you're approaching retirement or considering it. Your Edward Jones financial advisor, Ron Lynch, can help. If you have more questions than answers about what's next, we can work together to help ensure you're prepared for your journey. After all, retirement isn't the end of the trek, it's a new beginning. Stop by our office at 481 Tucker Drive in Maysville. Edward Jones, Making Sense of Investing, member SIPC.
I wanted to prove to myself that I could go to college and get my degree.
What if I went to Southern State? What if I'm able to go and become that nurse or that lawyer or that teacher? Southern State Community College allows students to rise above the circumstances that they're surrounded by and become something more than they ever dreamed possible.
I need Class 7 to start making their way to the back of the Wallace Arena. And Class 8 to make their way to the back of the Wallace Arena. Thank you.
Don't need to write a book on this one. He's good. He's wide. He's stout. He's good enough looking. He wins. Congratulations to that young lady. I think the decision lies between 2 and 3. To me, the white-headed Weather's just a nickel rounder and truly more elevated there at the base of his sternum and forerib. I like this one and the way he squares up there out the back side of his shoulder. He's got more power and punch there over his loin edge and out through his pin set. To me, it's when you step into front of him, that one's got a bigger chest. He's got a bigger shoulder. I like how that one is just packed with a little bit more power. Because you set him back in the angle of his front skeleton, yes, even though I think it lays smooth against his body, because you strengthen him there right in behind his shoulder and maybe lengthen him out of his hip, give him a little more flex to his hock, absolutely. But I do think that it's muscularity and true freshness that makes the difference between 2 and 3. I like the white one better. The young man's red-footed Weather that comes out next is long-bodied, level in terms of its top line and spine. Like that one's extension. I like that one, again, in the way he blends from his shoulder into his forerib. In comparison to the one that goes in second, he is better and more attractive there in the build of both his hip and hind leg. Get on top of those goats. He just handles a nickel flatter, a little bit more concave at the base of his skeleton. I've got to see that one again. Just square up and he gives me the impression from the outside that he's powerful. He doesn't back it up there in terms of handling quality. The young lady's blonde-headed wether that comes out struggling there with those wethers, boys and girls. I apologize. The young lady's wether that comes out in fourth, extended like that one's hind leg and structure and comfort at the ground, extremely smooth blending. I think that one just gives off the best impression of a quality, balanced look from the side of the ones that remain. And even in comparison to those ahead of it, it's when we get in behind this wether, he's got to be opened up, he's got to read more aggressive and square there out the back side of his blade. Like his forearm and stoutness of feature, got to see that again, just come accompanied with more power there from end to end. A wether that I think is the exact opposite end of the spectrum. The young man brings us next. Wide, opened up at the base of its skeleton, squared up and big out down its back and out of its hip. Reorganize that one from the side and maybe we can get that one up a place or two. Rounder shouldered, nickel deeper fronted, and shorter necked. Got to see that one rearranged in terms of its hip and hind leg. A painted up wether that comes out next that's extremely good in terms of its flexibility, foundation, and lower joint work. Smooth blending wether that's just too flat bodied, plainer shaped. The young man's wether that's giving him fits down here at the end is long bodied, lean, and extremely high cutability, like that one's extension. Again, I got to see this wether just have a little bit more power, a little bit more muscularity. Appreciate its balance, appreciate the darker pigmented wether for all that he brings to the table. That one, again, just needs a little bit more power, a little bit more substance. Congratulations again to all those exhibitors, shaping up to be a really nice grand drive.
For Class 4, we have first place, Addie Neal, second place, Zachary Pritchard, and third place, Carter Gaucher. Now entering the ring, Class 5, Alyssa Sipe, Piper Anderson, Bristol Bailey, Oakley Neal, Oakley McJoint Griffith, Reese Crampton, and Odessa McJoint Griffith. And Ashley Rogers. Apologies.
made. You got a charger here, or do we have one back in the booth? I got a charger right here. We got 2 apiece done. You ain't got enough to get him through Wednesday? I'll be back Thursday. No idea. Is he leaving? I saw him walking down. Matt just left, yep. What? He's leaving. Well, I don't have another charger. So, put it there. Can I leave that there? And yeah, I'll take care of it. You're my hero. How's your gate show? Oh, they're walking around. Walking around. Well, that hasn't stopped yet. Have you picked the winner yet? Oh, he's a goat. No. They have a pretty tight security border on this place. Do you need to get anything before we go? Or do you want anything? I mean, I'd like to have a fan. No, it's in the pink car, which is not here. Right together? No, I drove my car up and Matt drove the Traverse. Matt's driving my car back, and I'm driving the Traverse. Lack of company. 2018 Jeep Renegade, 183,000 miles. Oh, is it up for sale now? Yeah, that's what I thought. For $5,000. No, these guys, they've been hanging around. Nothing changed about them. Are you pro goat next week? No? Not at all? Second first. First being the girl? Or the first thing? The one, okay. I went third, second. Really good class here. Oh, it's that on repeat. Another 21 times. How many? Oh, I could be exaggerating, or can you tell me? Yeah. Class 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. This ain't showmanship, so. I don't think he has the muscle. I don't think he has the muscle. Oh?
Now, before anybody says anything, the second place winner, yes, the judge realizes that he was third from the bottom. Sometimes judges move a little fast and you don't give an animal benefit of the doubt just based off one view. I am well aware of what I did and the things that I don't like about the goat, and I still don't. To me, the reason that one gets up there, we'll talk about in a second. In the back of my mind, though, there was never a doubt that this is the highest quality whether the young lady goes ahead and wins pretty much right off the bat. That one's skull, ear, and chest shot is good enough, and then you get on top of that one from behind. That's the smoothest blending weather that, in my opinion, maybe not spans with the most muscle volume, but handles the freshest and the best there out the back side of its blade. Like that one, in terms of its hip and hind leg construction, though maybe a nickel straight, to me that one is the highest quality. Easily my go-ahead winner in this particular instance. The young ladies' weather that, again, kind of moved up as time went on, again, is probably not my particular speed in a couple of regards. But, you know, in terms of skeletal width, skull, and dimension, that one's got the biggest loin and the hardest handle of any of its contemporaries out here. Like that one's definition out through its lower leg and twist, without a shadow of a doubt. To me, my first impression of that one, just in terms of its head, though, as much as I like the stoutness of feature, reads just a little bit more mature, a little bit coarser there at the base of its shoulder, nickel straighter off both ends of its skeleton, a weather that to me just doesn't read as youthful. And then you get right in here to this side three-quarter view, need to see that one opened up better at the base of its forerib. But in my opinion, of what remains, that one's the go-ahead to be there in second. The young lady's long caped weather that comes out in third, I do think that this one's probably just a nickel bit better in terms of its lower joint work and structural assembly compared to the weather that we just discussed. Like how this one gets out and travels with so much athleticism, range of motion, whatever you want to call it. And that one's still got a big loin edge. Again, you get to the front of that one that wants to deviate there and behind its shoulder blade and needs to handle square there in terms of its rack. Then you get off to the side, and I don't know if it's its color pattern or if that one just probably has a nickel more breastplate. Maybe that red's playing against them in this particular instance. But that goat needs to be just a little bit more chiseled and cleaner there, both at the top side of its neck and through the base of its chest. A really nice one there, though, to stand in third. Easily, in terms of muscle volume and density, this one packs a punch. I'm not going to argue with you all day long. If you want to go about muscle relative to frame size, this one is easily the heaviest in that regard. The Stockman in me, just looking at in terms of growth pattern and whatnot, too short in terms of its cannon bone, too early maturing in its look. I need to see that one again, just have a little bit more length and extension as it gets out and travels. We're just a nickel too straight and limited off both ends of our skeleton. Young lady's got a really lean, high cut ability, big forearmed weather that comes out next. Like this one in terms of its assembly through its front end and the angle of its shoulder. A really lean goat that handles square and shapely out the back side of its shoulder. We don't have near enough muscle volume. We want to taper here to the base of our leg and to the top of our upper hip and stifle. I need to see that one again have a better progression of width. Likewise, but in a different fashion, I think we've got a goat here that probably has more total muscle volume. We need to see this one just a little bit fresher. He's deeper in terms of his chest. He's laid on a little bit more fat cover, and as much as I like his density and stoutness and presentation, that one to me doesn't read near as genuine up high for me to move him up any higher. Young lady's got a lean one that's got some muscle, got some dimension there and some shape there and some volume to its lower leg and twist. Another one that needs to be rearranged from a structural perspective, deeper into the point of our shoulder, rounder in terms of our rump structure. Young lady's weather that rounds out the class is extremely flexible, like that one's extension and the way he ties his neck into the top side of his shoulder. Get your hands on that one, and I'm just going to go ahead. I apologize, young lady. That one's just a little bit too plain shape, a little bit too generic in terms of its muscle tone and pattern, and easily the deepest class that we've had today. That one's got to be more authentic to me. Really good class of them all the way through from top to bottom. Fun to evaluate. Really like the differences there to discuss. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your winners for Class 5 are Reese Crampton, second place Ashley Rogers, and third place Piper Anderson.
Good.
Are you ready to jumpstart your future? At Brown and Claremont Adult Career Campuses, you can train for a brand new career in just weeks, not years. We've got hands-on programs in welding, LPN, medical assisting, nursing assistant, firefighter, EMT, and coming soon, paramedic and HVAC. With campuses in Georgetown, Bethel, Mount Orab, and West Union, opportunity is closer than you think. Call 937-378-5444 or hit us up online at bccareer.org. Your future starts now.
Hey buddy, how are you? Thank you, sir. He said it's still yours. Huh? He said it's still yours. No. So I said, we got the extra one. Alright, then I'm going to lose the high fidelity of the goat. You can't do that.
A really good one, just in terms of cutability and freshness. That one's easily the best and the class winner, if you will, in terms of handling quality. And I'll tell you what, that thing is not necessarily the craziest, slimmest fronted goat that you'll see, but he ties his neck high into the top side of his blade, and the young lady does the great job of showcasing that one from the side and getting the most out of him. Dead level down his spine, like the set of his hind leg, like the density that he comes down to at the surface. He's not the widest chested thing in the world. I'll give those credentials to the goat that comes in second, but in my opinion, this look right here, coupled with unrivaled touch and tone, that's the way this one needs to go ahead and win. Young lady's goat that comes out in second. In terms of body volume, I can definitely see an argument there if you want to make that. He is bigger chested, a little bit hairier there in terms of his foot and leg, which helps him just appear a nickel stouter in terms of his bone work. I like the depth of his flank, or the progression of depth down to his flank. But that one, to me, just reads a little bit more mature in his body shape. He reads plainer up high and doesn't necessarily seem as just aggressive there or round in terms of his rib cage. Ironically, though, he's still tidy enough there through his chest. A really kind of a puzzle piece type of weather, if you will. Need to see that one, though. I have no doubts. Need to see that one just read a little bit fresher. The young lady's goat that comes out in third is that in terms of hide, presentation, and handle. I like that one in terms of bone, foot size, and feature. Speckle-eared weather that's stout-skulled. Get in behind him. That one progresses backwards into a flatter hip. Reads a little bit plainer there over its loin and top. I've got to see that one again with just more real muscle and just assembled with a notch more elevation. A little bit shorter blade there from the side. Young lady does an excellent job of getting that one presented. A really short bladed goat that's nice, and its flank line comes out next. Got a big, massive loin and a really nice outer leg shape and hind leg posture. You get in on top of this one, though, just a little bit flatter there and concave at the base of its forerib as that one gets out and travels, wants to kind of get its hind leg up underneath of itself and read a little bit deeper in terms of its chest. As much as I like that one's blade length, I'm not going to tell you that one's just deadly attractive from the side. The young lady's blonder-headed goat that comes out next is smooth blending, really nice in terms of its feet and legs. I think that one's as athletic in its lower joints as anything that's walked through here today. As much as I'd like to give that one credit for being better looking, I do think that doe just reads deeper chested. Step behind it, she's too flat in terms of her rib cage and mature there, or plainer if you will in terms of her body shape. Need to see her balance better there in terms of her bottom side symmetry. Young lady's goat that's next, long-necked, stout-skulled. That one's got a lean, aggressive shape. He doesn't want to cooperate, and while I appreciate his terminal merit, he's just a little too straight out of his front end, a little bit too round and short there in terms of his hip. I need to see that one again come together with just a little bit better look there from the side. Need to see him modified from a structure perspective. The young man that rounds out the class has got an extended, smooth blending goat. Really flexible in terms of his feet and legs, right in terms of its foot size and shape. Young man, that one just reads again, a little bit too plain up high, wants to funnel back into its lower leg and stifle. Bottom line, I just have to see a better width progression from front to rear. Excellent presentation, nice way to round out an awesome class of goats. Congratulations again to all those exhibitors.
For Class 6, your winners are first place, Raylan Saylor, second place, Katie Short, and third place, Bristol Bailey. Now entering the ring, Class 7, Piper Anderson, Katie Short, Michaela Hausch, Cole Gaucher, Andrew Edmiston, and Amaya Delaney.
Don't let a blown tire slow you down this season. Trust Magulac Tire Service in Hillsboro to keep you on the roll and in the field. At Magulac, they offer on-the-farm ag and tire service, saving you downtime and saving you money. Call Magulac Tire Service for all your tire needs at 937-364-2592 or stop in on Route 50 in Hillsboro. At Magulac Tire Service, their emphasis is on great service. That's more than just a slogan, that's the Magulac commitment every single day.
We have unbeatable prices on everyday items at Siemens' newest discount store. Located in the old Family Dollar building, CR Deals is packed with great deals on a wide range of products, from household goods to seasonal surprises and much more. Don't miss out on savings your wallet will love. That's CR Deals in Seaman, Ohio, and don't forget to follow CR Deals on Facebook for all the latest arrivals and special promotions. CR Deals, big savings every day.
Disaster can strike without warning, and when it does, your choice of an insurance agent really matters. At Paul Hall & Associates, we understand the importance of being there when it counts, and our dedicated team will be by your side. You can rest easy knowing that we are your trusted insurance partner for when the unpredictable happens. Learn more about how we can protect you and your family at paulhallinsurance.com. We are Paul Hall & Associates, our family insuring yours.
Can I please have our 2025 Boer Market production class make their way to the back of the Wallace Arena? We have Oakley McJoint Griffith with tag number 0027, Zachary Pritchard with tag number BB02, Michaela Hausch with tag number 20138, Colt Gray with tag number 0010,
I think if we took a piece from the top three weathers and put them in a blender, that we could have a really, really solid class winner. To me, the young lady's brown goat that goes ahead and kicks things off is just the best and the most genuine. At the base of its rib cage, the broadest backed, and one that to me feeds back into the squarest loin edge, and is simply, in my opinion, the roundest in terms of its rib cage. You know, I'm not going to tell you that it's the shallowest chested wether, but he does have a nickel bit of extra skin or sternum there down at the base of his chest, but somehow when the young lady shakes his head and kind of gets him in rhythm there, gets him parked there from the side, especially from this three-quarter view, I think that one still pulls off some things that most couldn't. It just kind of fits, even though I'm not going to say again that he's the most elevated or the most extended in any way. I do think that goat's all the pieces of the puzzle match, and he just still reads very proportional from the side. The young lady's wether that comes out in second is lean and creased up in terms of its shape, like his stout and foot and bone. I think if we could give that kind of foot and bone size to our class winner, it would even further enhance his balance. I prefer this goat's outer leg shape and the dimension he works down to his lower twist and stifle. The base of his forerib and right in behind his shoulders just too flat. He's a longer bladed wether that reads more mature there at the top side and the base of his neck. Need to see him again. Just hit me with a little bit more quality as far as that's concerned, but a very nice compliment to our class winner. The young lady's wether that comes out in third is probably some of my favorite pieces. That's the longest necked, leanest, highest cutability wether that's the biggest in terms of its foot and forearm. The problem is, as much as I like those pieces, they don't ever come together in one complete fashion. He's too straight up front in terms of his shoulder and knee. Likewise, off the other end of his skeleton, breaks behind his blade, just reads a little bit too hard there in terms of his forerib. I've got to see that one, as lean as he is, have more total muscle volume and a rounder rib cage. A really nice one, though, there to stand there in third. The young man's goat that comes out next, nice in terms of his feet and legs, like this one from a basic build and function perspective, smooth blending and laid in right there in terms of its shoulder, a plainer shaped goat that needs a deeper twist and more upper pin set. The young lady's wether is wide constructed, its bold body is stouter hip from behind than the goat that we just discussed. The problem is, I think that some of that's a product of probably just being a nickel heavier condition. To progress better from behind. He touches the fattest over his forerib. He's the plainest in his shape. I think that one's just a nickel past 12 o'clock. Maybe if that one had been in a lighter weight class some time ago, definitely could have moved him up a little bit higher. The young man's black-headed, black forearm goat that rounds out the class. Stout in terms of his foot, stout in terms of his structure, like that one's extension, elevation, and lateness of maturity, and a lean, high cutability goat for sure. The flattest wether just is too straight, too generic there in terms of the plane of its chest and flank line, too short-hipped and flat-bodied. A really nice set of them there. Always fun to evaluate them. My compliments there to that group of showmen.
Okay. Your winner of Class 7 is Piper Anderson. Your second place, Katie Short. And third, Amaya Delaney. Now entering the ring, Class 8, Ella Sipe, Oakley Neal, and Cole Gaucher.
a good class of them, and I know in today's show ring world that the class winner maybe didn't just come off with some of the most out there freak-like pieces, but I'll tell you what, they got to be market goats first, and that one, front shot, the biggest chested, like that one in terms of the stoutness of his skull and the shortness of his ear, kind of tells the story from there back. That's the roundest body, biggest loin goat that I think still puts together a really nice look there from the side. Color pattern can kind of throw you off, but I do think he's the shortest bladed and the best in his flank line. As he gets out and goes, he needs to be more coordinated. He needs to be stouter in terms of his hind leg and just his bone and foot in general. That one could maybe come back to a nickel, deeper pin set and twist, but I do think that that's a really, really nice place to start. A nice compliment to our class winner is the goat that comes in second, kind of the black-necked, black-footed goat, big in terms of his foot and forearm. I like his flexibility. I think he's got a square shape. I think if you get on top of that goat and really study him down low, he's flatter in his rib cage. He doesn't necessarily, again, compliment our winner in terms of having a bigger upper pin set. And then as much as I like his flexibility and I want to give him a balance advantage, he's actually deeper in his chest and shoulder. He's longer and flatter there in terms of his pastern. The young man's weather that comes out next is strong in terms of his lines, like his elevation, like the way that that goat probably comes together from the side, as good as any of them in this particular set. He's big in terms of his foot. I like that goat's stoutness of structure, and like I said, he's nice in terms of his profile from the side. A little shorter hipped, a little rounder shouldered. The big thing for me is that goat, whether it's being loose-hided or probably packing a little extra condition, he doesn't necessarily have the same level of freshness. That's the plainest shaped weather that needs to progress better and wedge better up high. Really good class of heavyweight market goats. Really exceptional showman at the helm of all of them. Congratulations to all those exhibitors from top to bottom.
Your Class 8 winner is Ella Seep, second place Oakley Neal, and Colga Shea as third.
Buckeye Valley Beef Cooperative, we believe food should come with a story, one you can trust. Our family farms, located right here in Ohio, raise beef, pork, and chicken with care. No shortcuts or hidden labels, just wholesome, locally raised meat you can feel good about feeding your family. When you buy from Buckeye Valley, you're not just filling your freezer, you're keeping family farms strong and local food production alive. Visit BuckeyeValleyBeef.com and taste the difference today.
It only takes one missing tooth to ruin your smile, and multiple missing teeth can make things like eating difficult. Dr. Pamela Potty and the team at West Union Family Dental can renew your smile with dental implants. These permanent replacement teeth are more stable, plus they look, feel, and act more like your natural teeth. Learn more about dental implants at West Union Family Dental. New patients are welcome and most major insurance accepted. Call 937-544-3239 or visit westunionfamilydental.com.
Short, Class 7, Piper Anderson and Katie Short, and Class 8, Ella Sipe and Oakley Neal. First place goes to Easton and second place goes to Cole.
All right, let's give these kids a big round of applause. We've clapped louder than that tonight. Give them a big round of applause. About to say, we clapped louder than that for the adult showmanship. Really good classes from top to bottom. I'm very, very pleased with the lineup that we've got out here. You know, I hear so many times, well, he didn't follow the same type, you know, when leaving a show. And even when I was a kid, I was a guilty party of that. You know, as I've gotten older and been able to both be a judge and a judging coach, you know, I can coach the Kentucky State 4-H livestock judging team now. I've learned that quality comes in all different shapes and sizes, and it's really true when they tell you that not one class is alike. I think there's a lot of good goats out here that are completely different in some ways, but they're all really, really good market animals first. And I know there's no goat feedlots here in the great state of Ohio, but again, I do think that they're good terminal animals first, and they do it with an exceptional build and quality and the freshness that you come to expect from a show of this caliber. You know, I don't know how many will peel out after the Doe show, and I don't want to bore anybody with speeches, but, you know, I think that it's only fitting. You know, if you've got a phone out right now, or if you're looking at something on Facebook, and I'm not doing this for a tweet. I'm not doing this for remarks or even compliments or handshakes after the show. I don't care. That's not what I'm in it for. I'm in it for the love of the game and the competition and the war with my mind that I get to do and participate in when I come out here. What I'd like everybody to do is look to your left and look to your right. Those are real people right in front of you. And I feel like so many times, you know, so much lately, I'm not going to come out here and give you a big speech about politics and religion or anything that you need to believe in, but I'm going to tell you, there was a time and a place where people lived for the now, and we lived for what was in front of us. And right now in front of you is an excellent example of what awesome looks like in the state of Ohio and in the United States of America. This is what it's all about. The people sitting next to you, the people behind you, the people that you beat, the people that you lose to, the people that you'll shake hands and be friends with after this. If you want to know what it boils down to, at the end of the day, that's it. That is it. You don't have to like me as a judge, but it's like I tell my kids that I'm coaching right now as we're heading into Louisville, getting ready for the North American. You don't have to like one another, and I don't expect you to always get along, but you've got to love one another. Because at the end of the day, if we can't love or appreciate one another, then there is no humanity, and we need to realize and get back to something along those lines. And again, live for the now, live for the people that are here. To have a goat show of this magnitude and this quality, and it only be from kids within a county, you guys are extremely blessed, and the support that you have is absolutely phenomenal. It's been an honor to come out here and evaluate your market show this evening. I would be remiss. You don't have to agree, and that's okay too, but I do want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for all the opportunities that He's given me. And again, I'm not doing it for tweets. I don't care. I said it the last time. I'll say it every time until then. If I never judge another livestock show again, it's because of a genuine love and a passion for what I get to do, not necessarily for the fame or any of those things, because at the end of the day, it's all going to go away, and all I'm going to have is the things that I get to remember, the people I got to be around, and the things that I got to see. So with that being said, I'll put the microphone down. You guys have been a great crowd so far. Stop clapping for me and clap for them. I'll go out here and get you a top 5.
Your 2025 Grand Champion Boar Market Goat is Reese Crampton. Your 2025 Reserve Champion Boer Market Goat is Addie Neal. Your third overall Boer Market Goat is Riley Huber. Fourth overall is Raylan Saylor. Your fifth overall Boer Market Goat is Addie Neal.
It only takes one missing tooth to ruin your smile, and multiple missing teeth can make things like eating difficult. Dr. Pamela Potty and the team at West Union Family Dental can renew your smile with dental implants. These permanent replacement teeth are more stable, plus they look, feel, and act more like your natural teeth. Learn more about dental implants at West Union Family Dental. New patients are welcome, and most major insurance accepted. Call 937-544-3239 or visit westunionfamilydental.com.
C103 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV are your source for everything local. From Shack Basketball
Shot by Osborne, three on the buzzer! Wow.
to Shack Baseball,
Wells is going to drive. He makes it. He's safe.
Western Brown Football,
Throws it towards the end zone, and it's complete.
to Shack Volleyball,
Hatton for the kill. It's good.
local fairs, festivals, and more.
Fire to the finish line.
Crosses the line to get the victory.
Never miss a moment with C103 99.5 The Edge and Good Guys Radio TV.
Southern State Community College celebrates 50 years of educating our community. From humble beginnings, Southern State has evolved to become a cornerstone of accessible education, offering flexible learning that includes a growing number of online classes and fully online programs. Southern State Community College empowers you to succeed quickly with a very affordable tuition rate when compared to many four-year institutions. Call 800-628-7722 or apply online at sscc.edu.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well and have since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in you hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
Your plan is ready. It's time to build At CMT Components, we design and manufacture quality building materials for your custom job. If you need metal panels and trim, trusses, or even a complete pole barn package, we do it all, including delivering right to your job site. To get started, call us at 937-446-3400. You can also check us out online or stop by our office in Sardinia, Ohio to discuss your plans today. Let's get building.
Insurance protection for you and your family. John Wood Insurance has helped thousands of families with their insurance needs since 1891. For service you can trust, contact John Wood Insurance in Georgetown at 937-378-4124, in Owensville at 513-732-2600, in West Union at 937-544-5505, or in Peebles at 937-587-2246. That's John Wood Insurance.
We need all Bordeaux's to the back of the Wallace Arena.
Before you do, any name?
Thank you so much to our 2025 trophy sponsors. Roger and Anita McKenzie, Double D Goats, Steve and Kathy McConnell, Neil Livestock, Long Bottoms Pygmy Flats, Albert and Teresa Short, A5 Livestock, Steve and Gail Roush in memory of Blake, Craig and Jamie Short in memory of Grammy, Hauser's One Stop Shop, Schuler's Grazing Acres, John Wood Insurance, Singleton Farm, Nay Family Farm, Triple S Farm, Holden Farm Inc., Brock Dairy Goats, Zachary Pritchard, Mayhem Few Acres, Double A Show Goats, and John and Leanne Gaucher. Outstanding Goat Exhibitor Awards are sponsored by Nay Family Farm from Hammersville, Ohio, Holden Farms, Fayetteville, Ohio, and John Wood Insurance of Georgetown, Ohio. Outstanding Goat Exhibitor jackets are sponsored by Hauser's One Stop Shop, Barb and Darren Hauser of Mount Orb, Ohio. Awards were made by Hauser's One Stop Shop of Mount Orb, Ohio. Thank you so much. Just as a reminder, sales slips are due no later than 30 minutes after the show. and Outstanding Goat Exhibitor will be announced after the Born and Raised Market Show. Now entering the ring of the 2025 Boar Market Production Class is McJoint Griffith Oakley, Zachary Pritchard, Michaela Hausch, Colt Gray, Alyssa Sipe, Raylan Saylor, Jayla Gray, Odessa McJoint Griffith, and Alyssa Sipe.
Well, again, I like the fact that there's some production influence still alive and well here with what I would know as rate of gain. They've called it the performance class. I've already talked to Meach in class and how I like or the things that I'd like to tweak about them. I think there's a really high quality set out here, and it's a testament once again that the show ring and production can sometimes overlap. And I appreciate you exhibitors working towards that goal, and again, still making sure that your goats look right and are presented well. With that being said, it'd be pretty foolish if I didn't use one that was already in the top 5, in my opinion, in this particular set. The young lady straight ahead of me will go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations to her. My compliments to the rest of these exhibitors.
Your 2025 production champion is Raylan Saylor.
We're stacking the deals for you.
Whenever you buy any 4 tires, you get automatically a free alignment and free install. If you add nitrogen, inflation, and road hazard insurance, you get a free Bluetooth wireless speaker. If your bill is over $1,200, you can combine the offers. You get this free 6-piece patio set. Every $500 that you spend, you get entered to win Bengals tickets. It doesn't matter how you pay. You can use a payment plan or you can pay outright. You never need an appointment here, and we have everything waiting on you.
A defiant class winner in my mind. Again, just wide-chested, big in terms of foot and feature, like that one's skull and ear, as far as those things go. To me, that one's the most athletic in terms of the foundation of her skeleton, like the way that she gets out and travels. And then on top of it, she's the best handling and the roundest bodied. Really like the brown doe that comes out next. Maybe not as extreme in terms of weather type pieces, but that one reads juvenile and refined about her head and neck, like the way that she's laid in there and how smooth she blends from her shoulder back. Maybe see her a little bit leveler out of her hip. You could maybe open her up in terms of the base of her skeleton, but that's a maternal, feminine, smooth blending doe that's got a lot of good things about her, and she just reads a nickel fresher in a comparative sense to the doe that rounds out the class. Red-footed doe's got obviously a performance advantage, length, extension, lateness of maturity, I'll even venture to say, is probably in her favor, like that one as far as length of body goes. And I love her skeleton as well. Maybe just a nickel looser than the doe that we previously discussed. She's flatter bodied, tapers to her pin set, just reads a nickel plainer there from the side. Got to see those things modified before I can switch that pair. Good trio of them, really nice class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your Kids 6 months and under class winner is Addie Neal, second place Etta Moore, and third place Lindsay Rogers. As a reminder, your first and second place need to stay in the barn. Now entering the ring are yearlings 7 months to 1 year. Ethan Blust, Dylan Braun, Alice Collins, Clayton Collins, Reese Crampton, Bradley Huber, Ellis Sipe,
Just say Bradley Huber with. Oh, okay. What?
Can Bradley Huber please come to the back of the Wallace barn with his yearling 7 months to 1 year? Amaya Delaney, please come to the back of the Wallace barn with your doe 1 to 2 year. Bradley Huber and Amaya Delaney, please come to the back of the Wallace barn with your does. Now entering the ring is your yearling 7 months to 1 year class. Ethan Blust, Dylan Bruin, Alice Collins, Clayton Collins, Reese Cramden, Bradley Huber, Ellis Sipe, Leah Sipe, Katie Short, and Katie Short.
I'll be honest with you, again, probably not just picture perfect what I would have drawn up as my kind of doe to win. Standing still, though, that one's really just hard to contend with as far as skeletal width and body volume. And the set of her hind leg and the shortness of her shoulder blade and the angles of her skeleton read great standing from the side. As she gets out and travels, she's a little uncoordinated off her rear too. She maybe wants to deviate in her loin and just break in her top line ever so slightly, but that's a broody powerhouse that to me still balances with a world of quality. All the pieces match. A really nice, complete place to start, and I mean that with the utmost sincerity. I know sometimes we talk about being complete as plain. That doe is nowhere close to what I would call as plain. Again, that one puts the most positives together. That's why she's your class winner. The young lady's doe that comes out in second, I really like this one's elevation and extension. Probably, again, an upgrade to our class winner that's probably just a little bit later maturing here in second place. Like that one, the way she attaches her neck out the top side of her shoulder blade. Again, her roundness of body and youthful rib cage is something definitely to take note of. A little bit frailer featured as that goat gets out and travels. Of the top five, she's a little bit straighter about her shoulder. She's a little bit straighter about her hock. I need to see that one lengthen down to her hip just a little bit. And while I think her lines are parallel, I can see her just drop back with a more progressive flank line. I'll tell you what, I don't know if it's digestive problems. I don't know necessarily what it is about this doe that's not necessarily wanting to make her relax in her spine, but that one has some absolutely incredibly elite pieces. She is wide-chested. She is the broadest backed and the biggest loin. So fresh in terms of her touch and tone and her outer leg shape. The way that she's presented, her hind leg posture, it's immaculate. As she gets out and travels, and you can even start to see it as she's standing, she's a little bit shaky there in terms of her knee, a little bit straighter out of her front end. She breaks pretty dramatic there behind her shoulder, works up in her spine, and it's just hinged too tight out of her hip. A really, really nice one to stand there in third. Again, maybe it'd be a different story if she wasn't struggling today with some digestive issues, but that's a really, really good one there to round out your top three. A very fundamentally right kind of female that comes out next. Love the angles of her skeleton, flexibility, smooth blending, and just so refined and female-like. Even with a pinch hitter here for a showman, I think that one does a really good job in showcasing her skeletal quality as she gets out and goes. She's too flat. She's too concave at the base of her skeleton. I need to see her fresher shaped and just more aggressive there in terms of her body width from end to end. Much like the doe that comes out next, probably a shot more body volume. Another one that reads broody and maternal and so smooth there from the side. She's plainer about her head, neck, and chest. Little rounder there in terms of her hip, and a heavier conditioned doe that doesn't hit me with the same freshness as her contemporaries. Here's a round-bodied, spot-back doe that I think has, again, a really, really nice arch and curvature to her rib cage. A doe that reads youthful in her body shape and big in terms of her upper pin set, twist, and stifle. As you get off to the side of her, she wants to run downhill. She's longer in her blade, gets drier back there into her flank, and a little bit frailer there at the surface. Need to stouten her up at the ground to help her balance as well. A really big-bodied, high-volume doe, and a red-footed one at that comes out next. Smooth blending, again, big-bodied, just a little bit more mature and generic there through the base of her shoulder, the crest of her neck. A little bit shorter fronted doe that just reads, again, a nickel more compact and plainer there from the side. A long-bodied, extended doe on the flip side of things that comes out next. Long and level hips like her hind leg posture. Again, for as extended and as attractive as she is about her neck, I need to see her picked up in terms of her chest or dropped in her flank, one of the two. And then in a comparative sense, she's one of the flatter bodied does in class. Excellent feet and legs on the young lady's doe that's second to rounding us out. Like this one's flexibility. Again, I think that she's as smooth and as right in terms of her femininity and refinement as any. That doe is the flattest and narrowest doe of this particular set. I've got to open her up again down low. Maybe a little bit more time. That one will get a bigger upper pin set, but for today, she just reads too flat. got to see her powered up. The young man's goat that rounds out the class, the red-legged goat, is extended and elevated and tidy in terms of her chest. Not the shortest bladed, but she's tidy in terms of her chest, round in her rib cage. A doe that's got a little extra set to her hind leg. She needs to be square from hock to ground, and she gets gathered there in her rear teats. From a production side of things, just a little bit more of a concern as far as that goes. She wants to break in her spine, but again, a world of good, a very high quality one to round out this particular set. Congratulations to all those exhibitors from top to bottom. Give them a big round of applause.
In your yearly and 7 months to 1 year class, Katie Short was first place, Katie Short was second place, and Dylan Bruin was third place. Entering the ring now is the Doe 1 to 2 year class. Austin Blust, Ethan Blust, Amaya Delaney, McKinley Hausch, Lindsay Rogers, and Katie Short.
You know, I understand that O doesn't want to cooperate, but when she finally gets her settled in, there's not a doubt in my mind. The reason I asked him to walk wasn't because I didn't know where I was going for my winner. It was to sort the other three. That one undeniably is the go-ahead class winner. In this instance, wide-chested, great balance there from the side, still round-bodied and big-pinned when you get on top of her, and dense and stout at the base of her skeleton. I'm not going to tell you she's the shortest bladed, and she could be a little bit longer hipped and just help her stride out a nickel bit better, but still the angles of her skeleton, the way she pulls together from the side, coupled with all the power that she can handle, I think that's a good place to start. The sort comes there from 2 to 4, and I do think that the young lady's goat that comes out in second is just the combination of the least things that I can probably nitpick. I like her structural integrity. I like her flexibility. I still think that she's got more than enough turn and shape to her rib cage. Big in terms of her back and stout out through her upper pin set. She's a little short in terms of her hip, a little deeper set there in terms of her shoulder, and rounder off both ends of her skeleton. I almost debated there for a bit. Sometimes it depends on how she holds her mouth. I almost thought there was a little bit of a parrot mouth instance going there. But again, a really nice doe that comes to us fresh. Like to lengthen her out there off her rear too. The young man that comes out in third's got a big broody doe that's stout in the highest volume of the initial three. A really long-bodied, like I said, performance-driven doe with worlds of rib shape. She funnels to her stifle, funnels to her pin set, and then for all the body volume she's got, I wish she'd maintain it with just a little bit more freshness and finesse. She's deeper about her chest, bulkier about the base of her shoulder, reads a little bit more mature there through her front end. The young man's doe that comes out next, really long-bodied, extended, like this one's refinement and femininity, a definite upgrade in comparison to the one that we just discussed, like her flank line and her hind leg posture standing. She's a little bit lower tying there in the way she connects her shoulder into her neck. That one, if you get off either end of her, is the flattest and narrowest of the initial three. And then as she travels, a doe that needs to reach with more flexibility and motion and range of motion off both ends of her skeleton, but a very fresh, high-quality complement there. A lot of things that you could do there on that top four. That's the way it settles for me. The young lady that comes out next has got a round-bodied, dense-featured one that's big in terms of its pin set and stifle. We need to be redesigned up through our shoulder and our front end. A little bit shorter neck, a little bit more mature there at the base of her shoulder, around her hip doe that to me needs to balance better. The young lady's got a really good structured one that rounds out the class, fundamentally correct in terms of her feet and legs, like her lines and angles. Even her flank line is just a nickel bit better than the one that we discussed. Of this class, though, that one needs the most power. Got to super up with more mass from end to end. Congratulations again to all those exhibitors. My compliments to the breeders, and again, getting those together. Really nice class there in your doe show from top to bottom.
In your doe 1 to 2 year class, your first place is Amaya Delaney, second place Katie Short, and third Austin Bust.
Your future can begin today at Southern Hills Career and Technical Center. Serving Brown County and Bright Local School District, Southern Hills Career and Technical Center offers 13 diverse programs that equip students with essential skills for various careers. Whether you are entering the workforce or getting a jump start before furthering your education in college, at Southern Hills Career and Technical Center, you can truly go anywhere from here. To learn more, visit shctc.us or call 937-378-6131.
Again, if you want to switch 2 and 3 and debate it because of some function things, I can listen to that argument. But to me, again, besides being maybe just a little tight off both ends of her skeleton, if I had to venture to guess, she's got the same hip and rump structure as the last class winner that she brought to us. But that one is easily the go-ahead in this particular class. Extension, refinement with all the power in the world behind her. A really good one to go ahead and start. Maybe see her a little bit more limber, but to me that's easily the one that has to go ahead and win. The young man's white doe with kind of a dapple ear there that comes out in second. Love this one's density and bone work. That's my favorite hip and hind leg of the entire class. Really like that one's lower joints and flexibility. Is that one, you get to the front view, and even as that one came out of the gate, that's the flattest rib doe that to me has to be cracked open there at the base of her skeleton and forerib. I like her flank line, I like her femininity and extension. She needs to toe straight her head, need to conserve her teat size there just a little bit, and again, give her more power. The young lady's doe that comes out next is rounder bodied and broader backed, even bigger pinned if you read underneath the hair. I can buy that. Bigger footed, I don't know necessarily if I'd make that argument between two that have more than enough feature. She's just a little bit deeper there in terms of her length of blade. She's a little bit rounder in her hip. Just comes off a bit more plain in terms of her presentation there from the side. Little extra set to her hind leg. But again, the debate's between 2 and 3. Pick which one you want and be confident in it. The young lady's black cape doe that comes out next, extended. Really nice in terms of the sweep to her lower rib cage. A stout hind leg that's really backed up by a big foot. Get on top of her, she's the flattest and the plainest in her shape. She reads a little bit more mature there in the way that she ties her neck into her shoulder, breaks there in terms of her top line. Got to see that one blend better. And again, if you're, just have a little bit more fresh shape and power through and through. The young lady's doe that comes out in fifth, a really big-bodied, high-volume doe that's extended about her front end. She's too peaked behind her shoulder. She closes up the most at the top of her blade. A doe that, to me, even with a nice flank line, I'm not going to necessarily call her the greatest balanced. The point of her shoulder, her hip structure, and the way she travels out of her rear too needs to be fixed for this particular judge. A long-bodied doe that reads more genuine out the back side of her shoulder and up high than the doe we previously discussed. Even with the slick hair, I'd give her the advantage in terms of feet and bone size compared to the doe that we just discussed. A longer bladed female wants to cut up in her flank and just reads too plain from the side. Modify her build and balance, and maybe we can work her up a slot or two. Really nice class there of mature does. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
In your doe 2 to 4 year class, first place is Amaya Delaney, second place Zachary Pritchard, and third Ashley Rogers. Now entering the ring, doe class 5 years and older, Amaya Delaney.
With all the financial headlines, are you wondering if your retirement savings will last? The market's ups and downs can keep you guessing, especially if you're approaching retirement or considering it. Your Edward Jones financial advisor, Ron Lynch, can help. If you have more questions and answers about what's next, we can work together to help ensure you're prepared for your journey. After all, retirement isn't the end of the trek, it's a new beginning. Stop by our office at 481 Tucker Drive in Maysville. Edward Jones, making sense of investing, member SIPC.
She could be tidier there about her chest, but you can see through all that a really nice doe that's got a world of good as far as skeletal construction's concerned, shaping up to be a really nice grand drive. Congratulations again to that young lady. We'll see how she stacks up relative to her contemporaries.
Your winner of the doe 5 years and older class is Amaya Delaney. Now entering the ring for your 2025 Grand Champion Bordeaux is Addie Neal and Etta Moore of the kids 6 months and under class. For yearlings 7 months to 1 year class, first place entering the ring now is Katie Short, and second, Katie Short. For the Doe 1 to 2 year class, entering the ring now is Amaya Delaney and Katie Short. And the Doe 2 to 4 year class, entering the ring now is Amaya Delaney and Zachary Pritchard. And the Doe 5 years and older class, Amaya Delaney.
Well, I know we've lost some of our crowd, but if you would please give these Doe exhibitors the kind of credit they deserve as much as we did for the weather exhibitors. Again, I won't bore you, but I appreciate Brown County for having me out tonight, the Fair Board and your superintendent, class act here in terms of ring staff and making everything run smooth. I appreciate being able to have classes lined up in a timely manner. You know, it's a very, very thankless job, and all the organization and thought that goes into running a show. Really, really appreciate that and the organization of it. My hat's off to you all. My hat's off to the producers and, again, the breeders, anybody that helped feed and prepare the livestock for the show, and then for anybody that came out here to support a kid or a family member or a guardian that did the same thing. I appreciate you guys. You guys make the world go round. That's what's important, and to keep this thing alive, well, and running. Again, thank you for your hospitality and your good attention tonight as I've been out here and been able to evaluate. Again, the last thing I'll say, and like I said, I'd be remiss if I didn't go ahead and thank my Lord and Savior for all the things that He's given me. I appreciate all the opportunities that I get, all the talents that He's blessed me with, and being able to travel across the country and look at good livestock. It's an opportunity that I sometimes take for granted, if I'm being honest. But it's something that I'll never, ever not be thankful for. So if you would please give one last round of applause to these kids. I'll go out and get you a top 5.
Your 2025 Grand Champion Bordeaux is from Class 4, Amaya Delaney. So your 2025 Reserve Champion Bordeaux is Katie Short. Your third overall Bordeaux is Addie Neal. Your fourth overall Bordeaux is Katie Short. And your 2025 fifth overall Bordeaux is Amaya Delaney. A big thanks to Wyatt for judging for us. And that concludes our 2025 Bordeaux show.
Thank you for tuning in. Rewatch this video and many more on demand at goodguysradiotv.com.